Well, hello my little beauties and welcome to this live coding session. Yesterday I did a lot of work doing some bug fixing on a menu system for a restaurant. Today I'm going to do a wee bit of design work and I'm going to see if I can make it look cool. The priority here is going to be to make it look cool on mobile devices, and that's the vibe. So let me just get started. Alright kids, so all I was doing there was just opening up this thing, and let me take a little commit here. So I'm going to be working on this for a wee while, maybe till about 4:30, and then I'm going to switch my attention to other things. So I think that we're good. Yep, everything looks up to date. So I'll open up my text editor. All right. And now I'm just going to clear the decks here. All right, so right, the first thing I think I'm going to do is I'm going to download a theme from the Trongate website. So let me open up the Trongate desktop app. Pardon me. Now, let's reset that. Okay, so here. So I'm going to create a new module, browse the module market, and I'm going to get this cool Mobi thing here, which looks kind of good on mobile devices. And so it's downloading it, and there you go. And that's pretty much all I need from the desktop app here. So now if I go into my themes folder, you'll see that it says Cool Mobi theme, which is an indication that this has worked. If we look at the actual website, nothing much has happened on the ground. This is a design that was put together by the design guy, and it's pretty much my own job to try and bring this to life. So I think what I'll do actually is, yeah, I'll have a couple of tabs with this so that I can refer to it. And this will be the one I'm working on the left hand side here. Now, if you have a look at config, you can see that our default module is welcome and the default controller is welcome. So we've got this, I have no idea what that stood for, but we've got this vibe going on here. Now why that is going a grey colour is a wee bit strange, in it. But in any event, that's loading up our public template. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this template, and I'm going to call upon Cool Mobi, which is the template that I just downloaded from the module market. Now, it completely looks as if this whole design has just been ruined, but I don't think it has, you know, because if I inspect and then view this thing on a mobile device, you'll see that it's actually not too bad, you know. We've got these nice buttons down here, and all in all it's pretty cool, you know. Now the first thing I have to decide is what general colour do I want this template to be. Now keeping in mind that this is their design, and I think there's definitely probably a black theme going on, so I'm quite happy with this one actually. And now okay, now I'm going to go into public themes. You can see we've got our Cool Mobi, and right here is Cool Mobi Black. If we go up here and do JSON data true, it will show us all of the data that was passed into this page. So basically just a welcome thing and then homepage contents. So that means that inside the welcome module there should be a view file called homepage contents, and it is. Here it's here. Now I'm going to rename that to homepage contents old. We'll bring it back later, and then I'm going to just say homepage contents, and I'm going to just make up some test content here. So maybe we could have a test headline. Whoops. Maybe a little paragraph with a wee bit of lorem. Maybe even a few of those. So now I'm going to refresh this page, and you can see that we've kind of started to get the beginnings of something here. But having said that, I'm going to have to add a wee bit of a margin or a border at the bottom of this to get it just perfect, but we won't worry about it right this, well, let's just check. Let's try this padding bottom. I'll just try a load of padding here. Yeah, that's a wee bit better. So as long as I add a wee bit of padding downstairs, that's going to be fine. Okay, now the vibe is I'm going to make it so that it looks like this, you know. That's basically what I'm trying to do here. So I think the first part of this is probably, well, we'll have to be kind of cautious here, because this is a much smaller screen size here. So let's have a think here. Right, the first thing I'm going to do is, do you see, wait, I'll show you. Now obviously it's a mobile device, so I'm never going to get it exactly the same, and it doesn't have to be, but if I can just continue the general theme so that it doesn't look like two separate sites, you know. So what we can do is a little print screen here. Then I'm going to open from the computer okay, and okay, that's useful because it means I can sample here. Now there are Chrome extensions that let you do this, but I haven't added one to this computer yet. So I'll just sample that color here. And then if we go back to this here, you can see we've got this blue line underneath the header. If I zoom you in, you see that blue line? So that is being declared on CoolMobi CSS for the black one. Now, there's a couple of different ways that we can do this. I think what I'm going to do is, rather than going in and messing with this CSS file, I'm going to do it the right way. And the right way is to make up a style sheet, maybe have it in the base URL, and I'll just call it well, if I look at the CSS folder, okay, we'll rename this one Italian Restaurant Glasgow .css. Alright, so we're going to have something like that. Now, to make sure that this really is working, I'm going to give the section a background color that looks crazy just for the moment, and there it is. So that's my proof that this is working. Now back to this top part with excuse me back to this part with the header. I can see right here we've got header with border bottom 3 pixels. So let's just say header, and I'm going to say border bottom 3 pixels, and then I want to get that color that we got from the actual site here. Here it is. So it's that one, solid. Okay, so now if I go back and do a hard reload here, alright, that's good. So we're starting to get a wee bit more in alignment with the thing, you know. Now the next excuse me the next thing is the logo, which is a bit of a concern for me, because I don't know if I've got a decent logo, and I don't know if I can even make this look as decent as it should. I'm gonna have to look at that, but what we could do, right, if we look at the top here, we've obviously got this nav that comes out. Now, by the way, I can probably do something with the nav color. So is there a color that we can have? What do you reckon? How about this deep red color here? That could work, right? So, oh, come on. Okay. Right, there we go. Nice deep red color, right? So with this one, I think I'm going to take a guess. I think it's ID of slide nav background color of that. Gonna refresh. It's alright, but I kind of think it could do with being a wee bit darker, especially because it's a restaurant. So I'm just gonna... Right, this is not entirely scientific. But I'll just bring that down. And I don't like it. I do not like it. So is there any other colours? Well, I suppose I could print screen this. Let's go to open. Right, let's take this colour here, which is just not quite dark enough. But we can darken it. Okay, so let's start the business of making this darker. Now, okay, here's our colour. We can do this right here. I'm looking on the left as we drag down. I think that just about works. Now there's another thing that we might be able to do as well, which is a CSS text shadow. I don't use it every day, but it might be useful. So let's go like this. Head back. Okay. So let's see if we can do something with this. Now, as far as the text shadow goes, you'd want it to be like a really dark version of that colour for the background so that it looks like a real shadow. So that's the first thing that you'd do. And then... oh, damn it. Okay, so you can just about make out a text shadow there. Now I need to understand how these things work. Is my sound okay? Right, I need to figure out how these things work. We've got a 2 pixels and a 2 pixels. Now let's change that to 20. Well, there's your answer. Clearly that's the left side. This must relate to the top value. And it does. Alright, so what we really want then is a -1. As if the light's coming from the centre. And then with this one, we'll keep it on 1. There you go. Now that's hardly perceptible, but I hope you can see that it just makes the text pop a wee tiny bit. So I quite like that, you know. So it's -1. Then 1, and then our colour here, There you go. That's the style. Now, it probably is going to look rubbish, but I'm going to try a font weight bold just to see what that does as well. And it's actually pretty good. I'm surprised. So that's really starting to look good there. I feel quite cool about that. I do indeed. Yep, I like it. I like it a whole lot. So that's a nice little nav there. Now let me go to the cool Mobi PHP thing. And right here I'm just going to say logo for the moment. I know that I need to change that, right? Okay, cool. So this is starting to really, really look good. Now the next thing that we're going to do the next thing I'm going to do is add in some meaningful links here. So if we look upstairs, we've got a few different links, right? So let's add those in. So the way that this works, if I go like this, let me just test. Yeah, that's cool. Alright. So it's going to be, I am going to keep home in here. I'm going to say our story reservations menus takeaway shop gallery contact. All right. Okay, that's cool. So now I want to get some appropriate icons for these different links here. To do that, I am going to open up this desktop app again. Okay. Okay, so all I really want here is this. This is what I'm looking for, right? And this is a bunch of icons that are available on this page here. So let's see if we can get some of these things working. Now a few of them are going to be quite easy. For example, we do have a menu icon, I'm pretty sure. Although I think it gets called map as well. It's got an alias. So there's our menus. Now for shop, I'll say FA basket. So I'll just do the easy ones first. Or FA shopping basket. For gallery, I'll say FA. I think we can do FA picture. No, okay, so that's where this thing comes in. So if I search for picture here, there you go. So it's picture -o. There you go. Contact can be, well, anything you want. I'll make that a phone for the moment. Okay, so then we've got our story. Now that has to be a book, surely. Our story, right. Then we've got reservations. Now, what would be a good icon for reservations? Probably a calendar. Okay, so I'm going to do the calendar with the wee check O thing there. I like the look of that. So I'm going to say calendar check O. Alright, that's beautiful. That's really, really beautiful. Okay, nice. Alright, now downstairs we've got these 4 fixed buttons here. And what I want to do is put the absolute most important links on those 4 buttons down there. This is the ones that we really must get right. So let's go with book now, menus, and contact. Okay, that's going to be our 4 big menus that go down here. So again, let's have a wee look down here. So we've got home. I like contact on the right hand side. That seems right. We've got find us. That's not too bad. That's not too bad either. Yeah, find us is good. And then for this one down here, maybe we'll just say menus. Okay, so that's our 4 things now sorted out. We've got 4 nice big buttons there. We've got a nice little pop out, and everything looks beautiful. I think I'll take a little checkpoint here. So we go like that, we stage all, we commit, and don't it make you feel good? Don't it make you feel good? Hello there, I am Programmer. Welcome, welcome. It's very nice to see you here. I'm loving that icon. You're so welcome. No harm in a wee bit of design, right? Okay, now this design of ours is going to have, well, you know, let's worry about those details later on. If we jump to a big screen, you can see that we've got this vibe here. Now I want that to look like this, and in fact I want it to be exactly like that. So let's have a wee think about how this is going to be done. So we've basically got 2 rows here, and then, well, that's about it. 2 rows, right? Okay. So we'll go back upstairs. Now you can see we've got a thing here that says header large. There it is, right? And we now know that header large should have a top section. So we could perhaps say something like class is header large top or something like that, and we could maybe just say top section to go here, something like that, right? And you can see this is our header large, and we've got one thing here, and we've got one thing here. So let's now look at where header large gets defined. And because it's an ID, it's going to have a hash symbol. And my computer has frozen. I kid you not. Let me try that again. Jeez, I'm having some challenges. Flippin' heck. Alright, so here is our header large thing up here, right? And well, that wasn't much use. So let me refresh. Let me inspect. Alright, well, let me go over here. I'm going to say header, large, flex, direction, column. Alright, so that gets them stacking, you know. Now, as a wee guide, you can go like this, and you can say, let's have all of those divs with a border of 1 pix yellow solid, which looks like this, and it just helps me to see what's going on. Now, a couple of other things that we can do. We can say justify content, stretch, you miserable swine, align items, stretch. Ah, right, okay. So I really need to I want to see what this is doing. Flex start. Right, well, who knows what that's doing. Anyway. Okay. So this is what we're aiming for, right? Now, the first thing is, this is going right to the top of the page, and this is not. So let's see if we can figure out why that's happening. And well, that's a wee bit annoying, because could it be the height? Could it be the height? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, let's just try something. Minimum height. Okay. I'm basically just trying to figure out how to get that stuff going right to the very, very top of this, you know? So I have to just play around a wee bit. So that refers to the left, obviously, the align items. If I say justify content, flex start. Let's try flex end. Okay. So we'll say flex start for that. So that's our height. Now, let's add in a wee bit of padding. 0. Ah, there you go. That was what it was causing it. So if we do that, and then if we say there you go. That's it. I had to just take a minute to play around there and get my head around this, you know. Okay. So for the top section then, and by the way, it's probably a good idea to just keep an eye on the mobile version of this while I'm going, because you don't want any nasty surprises where you fix one version and the other one is broken, you know. Alright, so here's our top section here. Now the top section on this design has clearly got 3 parts. We've got a logo, and then we've got an address, and then a book now thing here. So we can have the same vibe going on. So I'll say div times 3. I'll just say address here. I'm going to just say logo here. And I'm just going to say book button here on the right, okay? So that's going to give us a little something like that. Now, we're speaking about this header large top thing here. So I'm going to say that for this one, display is going to be flex. Flex direction is row. Now that gets them side by side like that. And to split them out, I'm going to say align items center, and then justify content space between. There you go. See what I'm talking about? That's the vibe. And we can go a wee bit further. We can say that for the header top direct descendant divs, let's have a wee bit of padding. How much padding? Well, if we look at the original, there's definitely some padding in here. Whoops. Well, maybe we can just take an educated guess. Okay, and I'm going to be a bit more accurate than just saying 24. There's something messing with our header here. And it's this height thing. That is truly messing this up. So I wonder if there's such a command in CSS as height inherit. It looks like there is. So we're going to go back to our header here and we're going to say height inherit. It's back over here. There you go. Okay. We'll keep an eye on this. It's not too bad actually. It's not too bad. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, so now I'm going to fill in the different gaps here. We've got our address. I'll do that first, right? Now, okay, let me just see if I can find the word address. Aha, right, there it is there. So it looks like it's a paragraph and then it's our address. So let me just go like this. And let me refresh, top left. There you go. Don't know if the paragraph's doing us any favours there. I feel as if it's not actually. So maybe I'll take that out. There you go. Okay. Now, let's do a little bit of styling here. So, if we're talking about this vibe here, in fact I can probably have this here. I'll just say that the line height is 1.4 m. So I'm spacing it out a wee bit over on that left side there. Okay. Now, let me look at the font size for that address. It's 22 pixels. So I think I'll do the same here. That seems a bit much. Let's have a look. I think it's a bit much. Go down just a wee bit. There you go. Alright, that's cool. So now I'm going to swing over to the right hand side now. And I'm going to build the book now button right here. So the idea when you click this, well, nothing happens, but there's probably going to be a modal or something that pops up. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to say button. Let's say book now. We're going to refresh. Okay, now you can see that's kicking in there. Now let me head to Italian restaurant Glasgow, and I'm going to say that for the buttons, let's get this colour happening here. So here it is. So it's background colour of that, And the color, that's the font color, is going to be just off-white. I'm also going to say text transform uppercase. There you go. Pretty good, pretty good. Let's have a little border in here. Border, 1 pix, that color, solid. Alright, now when we hover over this button here, the color is going to go just a wee bit darker. Not by much, just a wee bit. Now this does not have to be scientific. We can just drag down a wee bit. And that's probably enough. So we're going to say that the background color is now that. And the color is white. So here we go. We're hovering. There you go. I'll say that the border is 1 pix, that solid. Okay, now of course you can go the other way. We could make it so that when you hover it goes brighter. You can do that as well. Maybe that's worth checking out. Let's try that just for a wee bit of fun. Alright, so here we go, I'm hovering. And there it is. Now the font is not looking totally spot on, so I'm looking here. It's actually alright. I think we've got pretty close. Alright. So let's get rid of the yellow now. Alright, nice. And again, if we have a quick glance at the mobile site, it still looks pretty solid, so that's good. Now, underneath here, well, you can see that we've got this thing going on. Now, this is our top nav, of course. Right here. So, okay, so what I think I'm going to do with this is I'm going to add in a media query. And I'm going to say that once we get to this size, the header is going to have a downstairs border of, did we say none or 0? I'm not even sure. But let's just refresh here. Ah, that's cool. So the border has disappeared, but on the mobile, the border is still there, and that is exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Right, so the next vibe is going to do the nav here, right? This thing here. So let's first of all grab this color. And we're going to inspect. Okay, so that's on top nav, right? So I'm going to say that top nav is going to have a background color of that. Let's refresh. Alright, nice. Now the next thing is the font color. It's not quite black. and I am not able to see what that colour is. Well, I suppose let's see. Oh, it is black, right? Okay. Alright. So we're going to say that for the top nav, if it's a link, then the colour is black. Alright. Now the next thing is, I can see that we've got a wee bit of height going on here. So okay, so for that, I'll go back to this top nav here, and I'm just going to say padding is, so we'll say top and bottom of 1M, left and right of 0, and refresh that. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now that might have been a bit much actually, maybe we could say 0.6M. There you go, that's beautiful. Alright. Now the next thing is, I can see that there's a very faint little white line there. So I'm going to say border top 1 pix white solid, and then border bottom 1 pix white solid. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Now I accidentally refreshed there, so I lost that, but thankfully I got another one there. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now the next thing that I think I'm going to do is I want to space out this top nav here. So let me just say top nav UL border 1 pix red solid. Oh, you miserable swine. Let's give it a crazy old background colour. Damn. Okay, well, let's try something else. What I think I'll do is, on the top nav here, I'm going to say justify content. This is a guess, just a guess, space between. Man, I'm a good guesser. Alright. That's excellent. That's really cool. Now on this big top menu here, you see the one right here that says home? It looks as if that one's not to go on this. So I'm just going to do a little style is display of none, and we're going to save this There you go. Alright. Now the next thing is we've got uppercase text there, as you can see. So right around here, I'm just going to say text transform, uppercase. Alright, nice. Very, very nice. I'm loving that. Now, I wonder if we can potentially add in a bit of padding onto this top nav here. I think that's probably a good idea. So just bring it in a wee bit on the left and right. That's good. Then I'll move this downstairs. Okay, that's pretty cool. So alright, that's quite good. So I'm happy that I've mapped that out pretty nicely there. The next part of this is going to be adding in this background here. So let's see how that's done. Okay, so it looks like the very first thing that we do here is we add in this background color right here. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to this header large thing and chuck in that background color. Alright, that's good. I'm happy. The next thing we're going to do is I got you. Right, so here for this first div, which is where the address is, you can hardly see it, but I'm going to go like this. Header, large, top, direct descendant div of nth child 1. Now to make sure I have the right thing, I'm going to say background color red, just so I know I'm in the right place, and I am in the right place. So with that being the case, I'm going to go like that, and I'm also seeing, if I head over here, that they're adding in a width of 420 pixels. So let's just do that. Alright, that's what we're talking about. And it did not entirely work out, and what messed that up, and I know just from looking at it, what messed that up was the padding. Padding can cause problems, you know. So let's take out that padding here. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Well, there is another trick we can do, which is nothing to do with padding. And the other trick is we can just say background, repeat, no repeat. There you go. How you like me now? How you like me now? Alright. So for this left section, I think we can go a wee bit bigger with the font size here. So let's bring it up to 21 now. Oh, you miserable swine. There you go. Now we're going to do this top right section here. Alright. So it's going to be the nth child 3. Going to go like that. Now I'll just say minimum width here for this one. And for the third one, we're looking again at a minimum width of 420. So that should all be perfect. Shall we dance? Here we go. Well, it's not quite there. So we'll add in a wee border so we can see what's happening. Okay, so clearly there is an issue with the height here. Let me look for height. Okay. I'm going to just say height inherit. Damn it. So there's clearly something that's making this thing kind of high and something that's not doing that with this one. So what we could do is we could say align items stretch. There you go. Okay. Now, for this background image, I want to change the position of it so that it's on the right hand side. There may be a little clue. Nah. Right, okay. So I'm going to have to just quickly look that up. CSS background image position right. Okay, so it looks like we do have a position thing going on here. So I'm going to say background position right center, keeping an eye on that top right hand side, and there you go, perfect. Now what else can we do? Well, this looks like it's aligned to the left as far as I can tell, and okay, well maybe if we say align self center. No. Justify self center. Nah, that's not working either. Alright, let's try display flex align item center, justify content center. That's not too good either. Alright, let's try justify content flex end, and I think that's okay. Okay, so the button here on the top right, so for that button I'm gonna say top is minus 30 pixels, position relative. I just want to move it up a wee bit. Alright, obviously not that much. Right, that's pretty cool. I like that. I like that. Okay, so now we'll deal with the logo later on, right? So that's that page. Now, having a quick look at the mobile device, we're going to refresh, and everything has held its shape, which is good news. Definitely. So that's looking excellent. And again, I've still got to do the logo, but we're looking pretty good here. Alright, so the next thing we've got on the home page at least is this painting thing here, which I might actually leave for the moment. Yeah, I think I will. I think I'll leave that stuff for the moment because there's something else. I want to focus on these menus here, and that is pretty much my goal for the day. So let me just head in here. I've got a little to-do thing going on. So the vibe is populate menus with real data, and then I just want to get the menus looking nice, you know? Okay. Alright, that would be cool. So, shall we dance? Okay. Hello to you. Hello to you. Does not know how to use the Tongate framework. Well, let me know if you've got any questions or anything. Is there anything in particular that you'd like help with? I mean, I'd like to help, you know? Let me know what it is that you're stuck at. Anything at all. Is it getting set up? Is it just the general what the heck is going on? You let me know in the comments what your problem is, and I am here to help. Anyway, I'm going to bring my cat in if that's okay, folks. So just give me a couple of minutes. I will be right back. Alright, and we are back. So, I'm going to work on the menus thing, and give me just a little second, will you? Apologies for that. Apologies for that. So basically, what I'm trying to do is import some meaningful data here. And I've done an okay job. We've now got 1,230 menu items. And we've got some menu items special prices. They're looking good. I'm going to do menu categories now. So let me have a little look at our menu categories thing. I'm going to have to do a wee bit of work with this. Okay, now I'm going to just say function fix and then a little echo. I'm going to say hi. So if I go to menu categories fix, you can see that it says hi. Okay, now I've imported the actual menu categories here, and I've also got a table called menu categories dev. The menu categories dev is the one that I want to populate. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to empty this table here. Okay, so this is an empty table. And I've got these menu categories, which is a full table, but the columns don't quite match up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just say rows equals this model get order by ID. Now if I say JSON rows, because of the power of the Tron-Gate framework, it's going to give us something like this. And what we want to do is say for each rows as row. Now if you var dump one of those rows, you'll notice that it's an object, and that's not too cool. I want it to be an array, so I'm going to say data is an array of row. That's me now having just turned this into an array. Okay, something like that. Now if we look at the columns that we've got ID, category, title, a few other bits and pieces. So there's our category title. Well, let's look at the one that we're adding to. So if I browse, okay. Alright, so you can see we've got a menu ID. You can see that we've got, if I just take you to the structure, so we've got a menu ID, we've got a category title, there it is there, we've got a parent category ID, that's good, we've got a priority. The one thing that we've not got is a URL string. So I'm going to say that the data URL string equals URL title that comes with the Tron-Gate framework of data, and we're going to say data category title like that. So now if we refresh here, you can see that we've got this URL string. If you want, we could also say string to lower. I might make that a part of the framework at some point. Okay, so now we're making these URL strings, and I'm feeling quite good about that. So I'm going to just say this model insert. I'm going to insert this data into menu categories dev. That's the name of the new table. Then I'm going to echo finished. So we'll refresh this, and it says finished. And if I go to this menu categories dev, now you'll see that we have a full and glorious looking table. So with that all being done, I'm now going to go to the pretty much what we can now call the donor table, and I'm going to rename it to let's just call it donor, right? I'm renaming it. And now we can go to the menu categories dev, and this is going to be our actual menu categories table. It's all locked and loaded and just exactly what we need. So we can go like that. There you go. And there it is. Beautiful. Okay, so next thing I want to do is take a little look at menus here. Now at the moment I've just got a few crazy test menus. It's not entirely what I want. If we look at the actual menus here, you can see that there's 24 menus. So I am going to export those menus. And I'm going to go to the menus that we've got here on the actual site. I'm going to rename them as menus dev. Menus dev. There you go. Okay, now I'll empty this menus dev table. And then I know that this is all a wee bit confusing, but I'm now going to import the menus table. Okay, so we've just imported a whole bunch of menus here. But beware, because unfortunately this menus table that we've imported probably has a different structure to the one that we're trying to get. If I take you to the dev one and we look at the structure, so we've got an ID URL string menu name, we've got an ID URL string menu name. Okay, that's a good start. And I'm looking at foreground color, background color. We do not have that. We're not going to have that. Then we've got menu deal description. I have no idea what that is, but well, at least we've got that. We've got a restaurant ID and then publish menu. And this is a wee bit different. Here it's got published and restaurant ID. So it's a wee bit different, right? So again, what we're going to do, I can stick on, oh, pardon me. Right, we'll take this out of here. I'm going to go to menus. Right, here we go. So we're going to start off by getting all of those rows here. So there's all of our menus, right? Now, what we're going to be doing, of course, is we're going to loop through them all. I'm going to say JSON data true. Okay, and our goal is to take this little row here, which belongs to this table, but turn it into something that's suitable for this table here. So let's go through the different bits and pieces. I think I'm going to do a wee bit of a change to this here. For example, we don't need foreground color and we don't need background color. So let's just say unset data foreground color, unset data background color. Alright, so at least we've now got that. So next we've got a URL string. I'm happy with the URL string. We've got a menu name. I'm happy with the menu name. We've got a menu deal description. I'm pretty happy with that. Now here we've got publish menu. Well, I'm going to say data published equals data publish menu. And if we refresh, we get something like that. But now I'm going to unset data publish menu. There you go. So moving along, we've got published, and then we've got restaurants ID plural. Here we've called it restaurant ID singular. So I'm going to say data restaurants ID is data restaurant ID, and then we're going to unset the restaurant ID. Okay, so now you can see that we've got an ID matches with our ID. We've got a URL string, that looks good. We've got a menu name, menu deal description. We've got published, and then restaurants ID. So that is now prepped and ready to rock and roll. So the name of this table is menus dev. So we're going to insert into menus dev, and then we're going to just say finished. Now if you have a look at menus dev here, you'll notice that it's empty. It's empty. There it is, empty. But now I'm going to refresh this, and if we browse it now, it's absolutely cool. So now we're going to go to our original menus here, which is this one, and I'm going to rename that. It's going to be now renamed to menus donor, which is pretty much what it was. It's the donor table, you know. And as for the menus dev, well, or pardon me, menus dev, that's it. Well, that is now going to be renamed to just menus. Perfect. All right. Now, what all of this means is that what all of this means is that we've now got this glorious menu system here that is completely ready to rock, you know. So look at that. Everything here is perfect. Doesn't that look beautiful? Alright, so I'm feeling quite good about that. Now, let's build a super cool menu system for this site here. So here's our site, right? Now we've got a link that says menus, and what I'm going to do is when people click that, we're going to take them to menus. Here we've got a thing that says go to URL, so I'm going to chuck in base URL menus. We're going to save it, and I'm going to click here, and you can see that it has taken us to that menus thing. If we look at this on the mobile device, and if we click menus, it takes us to the menus here. So that is absolutely perfect. Here we go again. Perfect, right? So on menus, now we are in the business of building a nice menus index page here. Now, to make life easy, I'm going to say data view file equals menus home. Then I'm going to say this template cool Mobi, and we'll pass in the data. Now, of course, it's going to struggle to find that view file. So we just go into our menus module here, and we're going to make the file. There you go. There you go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We'll have a little section, and we'll go like that. And that'll do for the moment, right? Now, only for the moment, I want to do a list of all of those menus here. So let's just say data rows, or even data menus. Is this model get something like that, right? So on our menus home thing, if we say JSON menus, it's going to give us that. Now, nice as that is, we might be better off if we do something like this. For each menus as menu. Okay, now I'm going to say something really stupid here and maybe even a bit delusional sounding. But when I do these videos, I kind of like to tell people what I'm thinking about, you know, and what I'm focusing on. And some people have told me that they find that helpful. So what I'm focusing on here is basically I'm focusing on flowing, you know. So instead of going, I'm typing dead fast, right? Instead of that, I'm trying to type kind of light, and I'm trying to keep everything pretty much, well, like I say, it's the magic word of the day. I'm trying to keep everything flowing, you know. And I'll show you what I mean. Right. Ah, interesting. Interesting. So that, geez, that's mind blowing. The URLs for the menus are actually Italian Restaurant Glasgow menu, then the venue, then the menu name. That's that caught me off guard. I never expected that. So, I should probably fix that while I'm here. I think I will. Okay, I think I'll fix that while I'm here. So what I'm going to do then is we'll clear, well, I'll go like this. Alright, I'm going to reset this thing. We're going to modify existing app. Jump in here. It never occurred to me that there was that URL structure going on, so I'll just quickly sort that out. So if we take menus and if we take restaurants, I can see that the restaurant has got a URL string, and that's all pretty cool. So we can join up the restaurant ID like that, and okay, that should do us, right? Now, do you see how we're selecting two URL strings here? That's a challenge. So we're going to go show SQL. Now copy it. Okay. So I'm going to say params published is 1. I'm going to say SQL is all of that stuff there. Now, again, you can see that we've got two URL strings. So I'm going to say that that one is going to be as restaurant URL string. That's the secret. So we're not going to have duplicate column names. So we'll do all of that where, and it's going to be where menus dot published equals published. There you go. So now I'm going to say data menus equals this model query bind, pass in the help, SQL passing the params, don't you love an object. I'm going to say JSON data menus true, and if we go back to the home page, okay, so we've got that. Now I am gonna write a little thing, a little function here. I'll make it private, and I'm gonna say append menu URL, append menu URLs. Aye, that's what it's going to do, right? So I'm going to say data menus is this append menu URLs, and I'm going to pass in data menus. So this is going to take in our menus. I'm just going to say hi. Okay, there you go. So again, we'll say JSON menus with a little die statement. That's us. So think about what we're trying to build here. This site is page 1 on Google for the target phrase, and you don't want to lose that. So think about what the ideal structure is, right? So the target URL is going to be something like that. That's what we're aiming for here, right? So I'm going to say, let's call it the ideal URL. It's going to be base URL, then Italian restaurant Glasgow menu. There you go. Then it's going to be the restaurant string. So I'm going to just go like that. And then we're going to have the actual menu thing, which I'll say is all the Y's, right? So that is our ideal URL there. So now I'm going to say, well, let's just echo that ideal URL, make sure we feel good about that. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so we're going to say for each menus as key is assigned to value. So I'm going to say URL string, and by the way, we do have a URL string, and we've also got a restaurant URL string. So the URL string is value loading up URL string. The restaurant URL string is value loading up restaurant URL string. And I'm going to say for menus of this key, loading up menu URL. So I'm making a brand new thing here. And it is going to be menu URL. But what the heck is the menu URL? The menu URL is string replace those 4 X's with, now think about our ideal URL structure. The first thing we've got is the restaurant URL string. So we're going to say restaurant URL string, and we're going to do that to our URL, or pardon me, to our ideal URL. There you go. Then we're going to say that the menu URL is string replace. This time we're going to go with all the Y's, and that is going to be with URL string. and we're going to do that to our menu URL. Okay, so now we're going to refresh, and if you look closely, I think you'll find that this is just about perfect. And in fact, even if I took out this published thing, or let's say published does not equal published, you can see you've got a whole bunch of unpublished menus as well. So this is really good, you know. I think it's working absolutely perfectly. Really, really great. So now what we're going to do is we're simply going to return those menus. Okay. And like a complete genius, this has been added somewhere where it should not be added. So what we're going to do is head on back here. Okay, so we could make it so that we've got fetch menu URLs, something like that. We could chuck this in. And we could, now there's really no need to say data menus at that point. So we could just do that and then return the menus. Now if somebody drifts onto the actual menus page, I'm going to just redirect them back to the base URL. Alright, so now let's go to let me think here. Right, okay. Okay, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to say this module menus, then data menus is this menus, fetch menu URLs. Now if we say JSON data true, refresh, we get this. So we have got these menus going on here, and in fact I think the menus might have priorities. No, they've not. Right, okay, that's fine. Alright, okay, so when we go to menus, we're actually going to go here. So Okay. Alright, so I'm going to click on menus, and that goes to Italian Restaurants Glasgow. So I'm going to have, I mean, I feel as if the easiest way to do this is just a new module. Okay, so I'm just going to say function. Perfect. Alright, so let's paste this stuff in. That's going to give us our menus details here. Okay, and I'm going to say this template, cool, Mobi, pass in the data. There you go. Now the view file, I'll call it menus index. Now again, all I'm thinking about here is flowing. Like, do you see how I made a few mistakes there? It's like when that happens, you slow down. I'm not trying to go fast, I'm trying to flow. I want everything to flow, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm thinking about. So everything should just flow. I'm flowing. I'm not trying to go fast. I'm trying to flow and go smooth, you know? So let's just have a little quick look at the actual one here. Okay, so that's not too good, that page. For the moment, I think we'll just go like this. Okay. Now this is going to look a bit garbage, but for the moment, let's just do something like that. We're going to say for each menus as menu, we're going to echo li, and then echo a little closing li, closing off the PHP here. And right in here, we'll just say JSON menu true. It will show us what we've got. So as you can see, we've got a menu URL and we've got a menu name. So we can say echo anchor menu loading up menu URL, and then in here we're going to have our menu name. Oh. Well, of course, it's menu loading up menu name. Alright, now that doesn't look too great, but I'm not worrying about that at this stage. I just want to get the basic structure sorted, you know. So if we take this, for example, menu, Amore, lunch, evening menu, 2001. Now, well, let's try this one. So, the a la carte menu. So, if you look at the URL, Italian restaurant, menu, Amore, blah blah blah, a la carte. Italian restaurant, menu, Merchant City, a la carte, Amore, Merchant City, a la carte. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, good. Okay. So, let's see if we can make this happen then. We're going to build a menu page, right? So it's on Italian Restaurants Glasgow, and we're going to have a thing here. Excuse me. Alright, I spilled water there, but I think I got away with it. Okay, pardon me. So, on this, I don't believe it. Oh no. Oh, it's cool. I switched it off. Right, okay. So we're going to have a thing here called menu. Italian? Oh, it's Italian restaurant, singular Glasgow. Man, I'm a crafty character. So, Italian restaurant, Glasgow. Okay. There you go. Okay, so we've got this going on, right? Now I'm going to say data view file equals menu. That'll do us. And then this template, and it's going to be the cool Mobi passing in the data. Alright, now let's have a wee look at this new file, which we'll call menu.php. Okay. Right, so the first thing that we're going to do then is we're going to fetch the actual menu here. Now I can see that we've got a URL string up here that could potentially correspond with a restaurant ID. And we've got our actual menu URL string here. So if you look, that's like 1, 2, and then we've got 3, right? The third segment. So I'm going to say echo segment 3, and you can see that it says Merchant City, right? Now if the string position of thing, if it contains merchant, and if what contains merchant? Segment 3. This is Merchant City. Echo, this must be the other one. It's got 2 restaurants, right? Oh. Well, did I get this wrong? If is numeric. Okay, cool. Perfect. So what I'm doing is I'm reading that URL here, right? Now, if it's Merchant City, then I'm going to say that the params. Now, we do have a restaurants table here. And if it's the Merchant City one, then the restaurant ID is going to be 1. We are, of course, talking about the menus table. So I'm going to say params restaurant ID is 1. But if it's the other restaurant, there are only 2. Params restaurant ID is 2. And that solves that. Now I'm going to say params URL string is segment, and this time it's going to be segment 4. If we echo params URL string little die statement, there you go. Now I could have made this a million times easier by passing an ID or something like that via the URL. Could have made it 100 million times easier. But the reason why you do things this way is for SEO purposes. SEO. Well, we have a few friends have popped by. The great Dan's stuff is here. It's so good to see you, Dan. Do you know that Dan used to be a top engineer for one of the world's leading car manufacturers? How on earth are you doing, Dan? And our own equalizer is here. It's Ed Black in full formation. Nice to see you here. Nice to see you very much. We have, now forgive me, my font's a wee bit small here. Is it? I have a trick. I have a trick. Whenever you get a name that you're not sure how to pronounce for whatever reason, the trick is you go like this and you go interview and then you go, oh, why on earth is nobody? Aha! I want to get the pronunciation right. Come on, man.
There's so much innovation that's happening in the petrochemical sector. Before we dig into your outlook on the sector and what's on the horizon, could you please tell us how you got involved in the industry and your current role at interview? Hi, Jonatas. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Jonatas. That was it. It's an unusual one.
Hi, Jonatas. Thank you so much.
Well, there you go. Hello to you, Jonatas. It's very nice to see you. Very nice to see you. You are so welcome. Says, I love your content. You're awesome and you're the best. We are the best. And Ed Black, thank you for that energy. Kyle is here. Am I building a restaurant module for Trongate? No, this is me paying the rent. This is a real job. I'm not doing a restaurant module for Trongate. If somebody else wants to, then be my guest. No, but basically what happened, originally they gave me a shout and got me to optimize their site, which I did. I got them I got them page 1 on Google, but the design's a bit duff. So they got someone else to do the design, and now I'm kind of implementing the design, you know? That's what this is all about. So, let me see if we can make this happen then. So, what we're trying to build here, folks, is a restaurant, a menu page, right? Now you can see that we've got the menu name, we've got the restaurant name, we've got a little bit of spiel here, and then we've got what's called menu categories, and then we've got items. Quite a lot going on here, right? Quite a lot. So, how do we do this? How do we do this? Well, I think that we can do this with one query. The temptation, of course, is to query the restaurant name, query the menu title, and so on. However, thanks to the power of the Tron-Gate Query Builder, I do believe that there is a quicker way. You see, we can say restaurants. Now we're ultimately going to be looking for menu items here, right? But all of our menu items are attached to categories, to menu categories. And all of our menu categories are attached to menus, right? And all of our menus are attached to restaurants. So check this out. We are going to say menu category ID joining onto there. We can do an inner join, and there you go. We can then say that the menu ID is joining on to this menu ID, same again. And finally, our restaurant ID is going to join on to this restaurant ID like that. Now what we're going to do is, let's just tick the stuff that we need. I'll start from the right hand side. I can see that we've got the name of the restaurant here. It would appear that that's enough. So I'm just going to tick name over on the right hand side. That is the name of the restaurant. The next thing we've got is, of course, the menu name. So we can get that. And we can also get this menu deal description thing in here. We can get that as well. That'll be useful. Then we've got a category title. So nibbles, starters. What else? Gee, there's a lot of starters there. Right, those are all category titles, so we can go like that. There's our category title. And then that brings us to the actual items themselves. For the items, I'll just say item title, item description, item price, optional note, and can you believe it? It has never been caught on camera before. But I think we can go even further. I think we can take menu items special prices. And we can do, let's get all of the menu items special prices joined up with our item ID. But this time I'm going to do a right outer join. I want them, even if there are no matching special prices, I want some stuff there anyway. And with this, I'm going to say description, price, and I'm going to show the SQL. Copy it. Head back here. Paste in. And look at that. Now I'm going to do a couple of wee tweaks to this. So, where we've got the special things going on, I'm going to say as special description. And then here, as special price. Let's try that. Oh, well, isn't that starting to look good? Does not contain a unique column. Alright, well, if we want a unique column, we could probably say well, who cares? Alright. Anyway, this is all a wee bit ambitious, innit? But let's try it anyway. I'm going to say SQL is all of that stuff there. Look at that horrendous query. This is a wee bit experimentational, but I think it's going to be good. So we're going to select all, and we're going to say where. Now we do have some parameters here. We've got a restaurant ID and we've got a menu URL string. So I'm gonna say restaurants dot ID equals restaurant ID, where that and menus dot URL string equals, and what's the name of our parameter? URL string. Okay, so there we go. Now I'm gonna say rows is this model, query bind, all of that stuff, and then I'm gonna say JSON rows with a little true. True just means a die statement. So if we go to this page here, pardon me. Well, the moral of the story is don't try and be clever. Don't try and be clever. We're going to go back to the old-fashioned way, ladies and gentlemen. The old-fashioned way. So that was a load of bullshit, right? So let's just take this nice and slow then, like we should have done. I think that is the way to go. Okay, I'll start off then by just saying there's probably not even any point in doing a database query here. What I think I'll just do is I'll just say now, what is the name of the other one? Alright. So we've got that vibe going on. So let me go back in here. We'll give this another little try. Okay. So it's this here, and we're going to open the query builder. Okay, I'm going to make this nice and simple. I'm just going to take, in fact, I'm going to make it too bloody simple. I'm simply going to take the menu items, the menu categories, then the menus. Okay, so we're going to join our menu category ID here, our parent category, whoops, wrong one. Okay, so menu name, menu deal description, category title, item title, description, price, optional note. Okay, now this is far from perfect, but it should get us out of the starting blocks. Alright, so we're going to get all of that stuff where, and it's going to be where menus dot restaurants ID is restaurant ID and menu items pardon me menu categories dot URL string equals URL string. Alright, so let's just say something like that. Okay, here we go then, having a wee look at the rows here. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Well, hold on. It's menus.url string. Let's try that again. There you go. Alright, now that's starting to look a wee bit better, right? I think we can work with that. I think we can. I think we can. But there's a thing called special prices. Not every item is like this, and there's a couple of different ways of doing this. We could get our menu, you know, like a small, medium, large. It might be different prices, right? So you could potentially go like this. And you could take this item ID and join it here, a right join here, then you could say description, price, we'll copy that. Okay, now I'm going to go like this. Now again, I'm going to say as special description, as special price. Okay. I'm a wee bit stumped by that not working, so let me just try this one more time. So item ID is going to join to that. Now I want all of the stuff included, regardless of whether or not it's got a special price. Category ID. That can be an inner join. Menu ID can also be an inner join. Ah, now that looks quite good. Alright, let's try this. Oh yeah, that looks great. That looks fantastic. Now, we are going to say as special description and as special price for clarity, you know. So there we go. And if we head on down, special, you've seen a lot of them there that say null. And that's good. That's good. That is absolutely fine. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. Alright then, kids, I think that's pretty cool. So now that I've got my data, and don't you just love the query builder? I think it's fantastic, man. So there's my stuff. I'm using query binding, so there is no chance of SQL injection attacks happening on this website. No chance. And that's pretty cool. Okay. So now that we've figured this out, it is time to have a wee refresh. And if we if the sky that we look upon alright, so we've got a thing called rows. I'm going to echo data rows. Be afraid, no I won't. Alright, now the trick with this stuff is each item should only appear once on this page of ours here. So I am going to say menu items.id as item ID, just for a wee bit of clarity, you know. Alright, and what I really want to do before I even pass this in, I'm going to say data rows is this, refine rows, passing in data rows. So I'm going to build a wee thing down here called refine rows, takes in a bunch of rows, and I'm going to just echo hi. Alright, so let's just say for each rows as row, I'm going to echo row loading up special price with a new line like that. Now, you can see that we do have one. I'm going to say if not is set row loading up special price, then echo no special price, like that. And we're going to go like that, and we're going to go like that. Okay, so you can see that there's only 2 items here that have got special prices. And of course, we can echo row special description. Chuck in a little HR if it makes you feel good here. Okay, so there we go. Now if we go like this and echo, let's say an H2 with row loading up item ID, then you'll see that that item ID appears twice. That is a mistake. We don't want the menu items to appear twice. That would be highly, highly uncool, you know. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a thing called results, and it's going to be an empty array, and then I'm going to say for each rows as row key is assigned to row value. I want a wee bit more precision, you know. Okay. Alright, now nothing should really change here. It still does its thing, right? But what I'm going to say is, if we go like this, echo row special prices, well, it's going to say there's an error. Of course it's going to say there's an error. Or pardon me, row value special prices. So it's saying, look, there's an error here, you know, you don't have any special prices. But what we can do is we can say that if we don't have this thing, well then row value loading up special prices is going to be an empty array. Whereas here, if we do have a special price, then, well, here's what we could do. We could go into each and every, let me think here. Let me think. Right, let's think again here. Suppose we said item ID is row, it's a wee bit experimental here, row value loading up item ID. So we've got an item ID, right? Now here we could say rows with a key of row key loading up special prices is an empty array. Now let me just do this again. I'm just going to repeat it. I know it doesn't make much sense. It does not make much sense, but stay cool. Okay, now supposing we then said that results equals well, maybe, okay, let's try again. Suppose we just said JSON rows here. Okay, so what just happened? Well, I've added a thing on called special prices here. And another thing that we could do is we could unset rows of row key special description and special price. Let's do that. Okay, now what I'm trying to do here, right, this description thing is messing me up a wee bit here. Right, rows, row key, what's that thing called? Right, meal deal description is totally messing me up. So meal deal description equals, I'm just going to go like that. Well, hang on a minute. Available all day, every day. No, we can unset that. We can unset that. Unset rows of row key loading up meal deal description. Alright. Menu deal description, pardon me. Ahaha, well, ain't that something? We can also unset the menu name. So we can unset rows, row, key, loading up, menu name. Alright, so now we've got ID, title, price, optional note. That's brilliant. That's really, really good. Okay. So now, what we're going to do... Pardon me. Okay, so here we're looping through, right? And what I want to do is set up, if I go var dump special prices with a die statement, it's going to give us an error. So I'm going to initialize a special prices array. And let me have a think here. Right, I've got it. So if we've got this vibe happening, I'm going to just say for clarity, special price equals row value special price, and then special description is row value special description. Just a little bit of clarity. So here's the idea then. Okay, I'm going to say if not is set special prices with a key of item ID, then no, I don't need to do that. Forgive me, I don't need to do that. I can say special prices with a key of item ID. Now this is going to be equal to special data. Let's say special data, special price is that. Special data, special description is that. I think I've got it. That's right. Okay. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I did it last night and it was really good, but how the heck did I do this? That was the code I did last night. So we did the join. We set an array of special prices. If we had a thing, we built up our special prices. And then, holy moly, that's complicated. Right, I've got you. Right, okay, I was pretty close. I think I can continue. So, okay. So suppose we said, I'll see if I can simplify a wee bit. I think I've got this. I think I've got it. Suppose we said that everything gets these, an assumption that we've got these special prices. And suppose we go like this. And what we're doing is building up an array. Build up an array of special prices for each item. Okay, so we do that, right? Now, when we run our page, we get this. And everything has got these crazy old special prices thing here. But now, what we're going to do, and I think this is where it gets good, we're going to say yep. It's really complicated this. I've never coded like this before, but I think it's worth doing. So we set up an array of processed item IDs and we go through each row again, right? And we get our item ID. Now that is of course going to be row item ID in our case. And we're going to say that if this item ID is not in our array of processed items, well, we're gonna yep, we're gonna go like this. And do you see how we had built up this special prices array? So we're going to say if we've got special prices for this item ID, then row special prices is that, results is row processed item ID is that. So now we're going to say JSON results, not rows but results. So if we refresh, okay, and there you go. You can see that we've got our special prices working at the very first item, which is kind of quite lucky. And that looks pretty darn good. So here on the starters, we've got this combo thing here, and see how it says 4-2 and 4-1. Well, that is what that is. Now the other thing, of course, is how on earth are we going to order these things? And we can do that as well, because we can say order by. Now if you look at, we've got menu items, we've got menu categories, and if I take you to the table, menu items has got a priority and menu categories has got a priority as well. So we're going to order by menu categories dot priority, comma, menu items dot priority. Now if we save and refresh, okay, now we've got this thing up the top here. Focaccia, is that how you say it? And there it is, $5.95, Ali, oh you miserable such and such. It's a bit mad. I think they must have just changed the menu recently. That must be what's happened there. In any event, here's our nibbles at the top. Here's our starters. Now, if we take this, right, I'm a wee bit concerned about this because $8.95, add $8.95. Is that how that works? $14.95. Do I need to say the word add onto that? Seems a bit mad. Anyway, doesn't matter. I think it's time to do something cool. So, you see this menu here? I'm going to change it to menu basic. I'm going to rename to menu basic. Going to go okay. So right here we are going to return not the rows but the results. Alright. Okay. Now, we've got this basic menu page here. And I'm going to do a little div with a container. A little bit of lorem. Right, I have to wonder why that's not centered. That is very, very peculiar. Well, let's just try something else then. I'll give it a class of basic menu. And let's put the whole thing inside this basic menu thing. And let's have a little bit of fun. So I'm going to say basic menu background color. Let's make it look a bit mad. Okay. So I'm going to say max width is that. And I'm going to say margin 0 auto. Okay, that's cool. Now let's make it margin 1em. Oh, actually, the sacred number 33 auto. Okay. Right. So the plan here is okay, we've got a restaurant name here. And we've got a menu name as well. So I'm going to say if is set data rows 0, then data menu name is data rows 0 loading up menu name, and if we echo menu name with a die statement, pardon me, okay, so this is an object. Let's just have a closer look at what we've got. I see what's going on. So what had happened is here I had unset the menu name like an idiot. So if I go in here, there you go. So now we have a menu name. Okay, so we're going to go to the menu basic thing. And right at the top here, we're going to echo out menu name. Here we go. Alright, nice. Very nice. Now, for basic menu, H1 is going to have a text align of center. And then right underneath this, there is the restaurant name here. Restaurant name. Alright. Now I'm going to give that a little class. Is restaurant name. I'm going to say come on. Okay. And then we're going to have the actual menu itself. And I'll come on to that in a minute. So okay. Okay, cool. So, for the moment, and only for the moment, I'm going to say data, menu deal description is data, rows, 0, menu deal description. Okay, so it looks like we've got some kind of divider line here. Now it looks garbage what I'm doing, but stay with me. Stay with me. Because I am at the top of my game. Alright. So here we'll have a little paragraph with menu deal description. We'll chuck this in here. And we'll chuck this in here. Grab this little beauty. And now we've got this vibe. Okay. Now the next thing that's going on is we've then got our category title, and then the items, and everything is aligned to the center. It looks garbage, by the way. It really does look garbage, but I'm going to fix that in a minute. So for the moment, I'm going to say class is basic menu grid. I'm going to say for each rows as row. We'll do something like that. Okay. So, how on earth is this one going to work? Well, I'm going to say current menu category is an empty string. Now, here, if we say JSON row true, you can see that we've got a category title. So I'm going to say if row loading up category title is not equivalent to the current menu category, then we're going to echo an H2 with row category title. We're going to close off the H2, and our current menu category is going to be row category title. So as you can see, now we've got our category titles here, and they're starting to look kind of cool. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little bit of fun. Does anybody remember laughter? So here's how we have a little bit of fun. We're going to do a search for subtle patterns. I meant to say plural, doesn't matter. And I'm going to search for rice paper. I'm going to take this one. See how that looks like paper? I'm going to download it. And I'll download it straight to where the app lives. So opt. We're going to go to lamp, htdocs, AMR2, public, images, and I'll just call it, calling it ricepaper2.zip. That's fair enough. So we'll go in there. Going to extract this. Okay. So now, looks like there's a thing here called paperfibers.png. So for our basic menu, I'm going to say that the background image is going to be at images paperfibers.png, and if we refresh this page here, well, now we've got a little paper background thing going on. Alright. Now, to help me to see this, I'm just going to say main has a background colour of silver. Okay, now the next thing I want to do is I want to get a nice typewriter font, kind of like this font right here. So if we inspect this, that font is actually called typewriter, and okay, so there's our font family. It's called Special Elite, right? That's the name of the font. So I'm going to look for that. And there it is right there. So let me copy this. In fact, let me do even better than that. I'm going to go to Google Fonts. And on Google Fonts, I'm going to search for Special Elite. Special Elite. There it is there. And I'm going to select that. And we're going to do an import vibe. So let me copy. And then in here, going to go like that. Okay. Chuck in something like this. Let's bring this stuff in. Okay, and basic menu, let's just say typewriter. Okay, and for okay, so for the H1s and the H2s, just a wee bit of fun, just a wee bit of fun. Alright, now let's go. Ouch, did not like that. Okay. Now, looking at the thing, if we inspect here, well, it says that the font size is 2M. 2M is not much use to me. So it's actually 32 pixels. So we're going to go like this. Font size is 32 pixels. Nice. Now we're going to do a little margin top of 1M. Actually, alright, cool. Alright, 1.4. Okay. Alright. Now, at this point, there is a huge temptation, of course, to build out this page and make it look like this, and there you go, right? But I feel as if we can do a wee bit better than this. I really do feel as if we can do a wee bit better. So what I'm going to do, hello to you. Are you building it? Nice to see you, Dre. A new face in the house. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Alright. So here's the plan. I'm going to take a trip to let's do a Google image search. Restaurant menu. Okay. Now let's look at how real restaurant menus look. That's kind of what a menu looks like. So's that. And so's that. And so's that. So this is what real restaurant menus look like, you know? Something like that. Do you know what I mean? That's what a menu looks like. Or even kinda like that. So, I take the viewpoint that it's a cop-out to make life easy and just do a list going down the middle of the page. Instead, I'm going to make an assortment of different menus that look different and the different fonts and layouts and everything. And then I'm just going to let the site owner choose a menu layout, you know, from the list of predefined layouts. So my job at this point is just to find some layouts that look kind of nice. And that's it. I'm going to start with a really basic one though. I don't want to do anything too fancy at this stage. So this is going to be a really, really basic layout. And it's going to be our first layout. And I'm going to make maybe 4 or 5 different layouts that the restaurant owner can choose from. And that's how this is all going to go. So let's have a wee think about this then. I think that by my estimation, this looks good. That looks pretty darn good to me, you know. So these different columns, we've got some wee dots and stuff. That looks pretty cool. That looks really good as well. Look at that one. Oh, that's a beauty. These are all really good. So let me go back to the one that I had a minute ago. It's like, why not make them beautiful, you know? Why not take the time and make them look awesome? So I really like the one that I had a minute ago and I've lost it. Hold on. It wasn't that. It was that. Right, I'm going to save that. I'll just call it menu idea. Now I'm sure they'll have their own menus that will look cool as well and probably look even better than this. But this is just a wee idea. Now, let's see if we can do something really, really cool with this. Shall we do something cool? I think so too. I'm going to top up my coffee and then we'll get going. Okay, and we're back. Now let me look at our basic page template here, and from this you can see that we've got this main section, and then pardon me, our display stuff is inside the main section. Now I'm going to try a little experiment here. If I go like this and say hello, not too much happening. Now I'm going to say style is background color red. Alright, that's cool. So that takes up the full width, and that's awesome. That's the end of my little test. Because what that means is that when we're doing our basic menu here, and we've got this section, now I'm going to just say style is background color. Let's give it a crazy old color so I can see it. Okay, now let's just say that the margin is 0 for this section. Okay, how about if the padding is 0? Okay, well, let's try something else. Okay, so the fact that that's taking it to the top is telling me that it was this part that was kind of ruining it, right? Now, I know exactly what I'm doing here. This is gonna be awesome. So don't blink. I think you're gonna like this. For the section, I'm gonna say that the class is basic menu. In fact, I'm feeling a little bit crazy. Menu basic.php. Alright. So it's this little beauty here. Okay. Alright. So the idea here is that there's going to be these different sections, you know. So I'm going to try a little experiment. I'm going to say for. I'll do a for loop here, right? Now let's just assume that there's 9 sections. And let's just take a wild guess as to what each of those sections could look like. So we could say something like menu category. We might have an H2 that says category title. Then underneath that, we could potentially have, now look at our images here, get some inspiration. Okay, so that could probably be either a table or a div of some sort. Probably a div would be fine. So we might have a div here. Maybe that's got a class of item row, and maybe here the first one is going to have an item title, and maybe underneath it we're going to have a price of some sort, something like that. And maybe inside here we can have a little for loop as well, and maybe we can just assume that we've got 10 items. And all I'm doing here is I'm just trying to get a really rough idea of how this thing could look potentially. Whoops. Alright, so go like that. It's all dummy data, but let's just go like this. Okay, here we go. Showtime at the Apollo. Okay. Now why the hell did it only do one? Oh, I know why. It's because we've got two eyes here. There you go. Alright, here we go. So we've now got all of these different categories, right? So what we're going to do is a little bit of stylification here. We're going to say that menu basic. Now I'm not going to worry about the fonts or anything just now, but I'm going to keep an eye on those direct descendant divs. I'll give them a border of 1 pix red solid. Well, maybe not. Maybe that's what I'm trying to do. Alright, cool. So, we're going to say display type of grid. I'm going to say grid template columns repeat 4 times at 1 FR a pop, and we're also going to say that the grid gap is 1M. Okay. Well, it's actually called basic menu. I'll just go this way. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So now I'm using the full width of the page, which just feels a bit nicer, you know? Definitely feels a bit nicer. So now that that's established, let's make it look cool. I'm going to import the font. Okay, there's our font imported. And let's just bring that font in for everything that's inside this menu thing here. Alright. And also, if we're talking about menu basic H1 and menu basic H2, we'll chuck in that font family again for those. There you go. That's pretty darn nice. And then we are going to take the background image and we'll add that in as well. So we'll just go something like that. Alright, so this is now starting to take shape. It's starting to look potentially like a menu instead of like this, which is not really like a menu, you know. So keeping an eye on our inspirational menu idea, you can see that the categories are aligned to the center there. It's very easy for us to do exactly the same thing here. So we can say for both of these, in fact, text align is center. There you go. Isn't that fantastic? Now, then of course we've got that upper section. The where's my music? Where's my goddamn music? Ah, there it is. I need my music, you know. Hello to you folks. Alright. Okay, so let's add this top section in again. It's right around here. And so it's something like this. Something like this. And we'll just chuck it in here. Alright, there you go. Now, of course, this part is not looking too great, So maybe we should have a wee section here. Chuck that in here. Well, okay, let's go back. We'll do that, right? And let's keep this in. But down here, we're going to have a div with a class of menu basic grid. I could even just call it menu grid. I'll probably reuse it. Let's call it menu grid. So menu grid. Okay. Now, okay, so menu grid is going to have a display type of grid. We're going to say grid template columns repeat 4 times at 1 FR a pop. We're going to say grid gap 1M. Alright. You miserable swine. Background color yellow. Oh, well, of course, of course. There you go. There you go. All right. Well, I tell you what, folks, it's starting to get there. It's starting to get there. Font size of 33 pixels. And once I've done one of these, I can do 1,000,000, you know. Let's do a wee bit of padding. Top. Okay. Now, right here, I'm going to change these things to just say text center. There you go. Now we'll get rid of that ghastly yellow thing. Okay. Why the heck does that sound so bad? Okay. So we've got our H1 sorted out. Now let's get these sub category things sorted out. I'm going to inspect them. And I can see that the font size is 24 pixels there. So we are going to say menu basic H2 font size is going to be 22 pixels. Alright, that's awesome. And the whole vibe is, man, it's like we are using the full space this time, you know? Okay. Okay, I'm not sure about that top bit. I'm going to have to do something with that. let me just take this out, this here for the moment. Okay. Right. Okay. So let's say menu basic, paragraphs, I have no clue what is causing that. You know, the spacing to be so messed up. But let's not worry about it too much right now. Let's not worry about it too much right now. Instead, I'm going to start adding real data onto this thing. So you'll remember that we had passed in these rows of information here. So we're going to say it pretty much exactly like last time. Something like that. Okay. Okay, now this okay. And we're going to go like this. And we're going to go like this. Chuck this in. And a little closing div. And then in here, something like that. Alright, that's pretty cool. Pardon me. Alright, now let's see if I can do something a wee bit more meaningful than this. Well, I tell you what, man, it's losing a wee bit of shape, innit? But that's okay, we're not going to panic. We are not going to panic. We're going to say border 1 pix red solid. So there's our categories. And you can pretty much see what has happened there. Okay. let's call this category count. And maybe we could just say if category count is greater than 0, do a little closing div. Okay. Now, why does that look so damn bad? There we go. Alright, we finally got that sorted. So let's now style this item row thing then. And I don't think I had even added anything for that at this point. So let's just say the item row is going to have a display of flex. We're going to say flex direction is row, align, items, center, justify content, space between. There you go. And then for each of those item rows, I'm going to say a downstairs margin. Okay. Now let me have a wee look at my incredible menu idea. Okay, so the first thing I'm seeing is I probably need to increase this grid gap a wee bit. Yeah, that makes a wee bit more sense. And the next thing I'm seeing, if I right click and inspect this, we've got we've got a font color of all the 5s here. So I'm going to say border bottom 1 pix that solid. That's pretty cool. Maybe we could even say dotted or something like that. Okay, and now we are gonna take our, let's take a little thing here. If I say JSON row, well, you can see that we've got an item title and then we've got a price. So I'm going to chuck in the item title here. Now that is starting to look a wee bit like a menu. And then I'm just going to say row, item price. Let's not worry about special prices here. Oh yeah, that's excellent. That's really excellent. So now we're going to go like this. That is fantastic. That looks a whole lot more like a menu to me. Mind you, it's no really the problem with it is that it's not stacking right. It is not stacking right. So right, I've got an idea. I'm phoning the client. Hi Romano, how you doing? I'm very good. Would you be able to talk to me for half a minute? I was just wondering, would it be possible for you to take a photograph of your menus or photographs and then just send them over, if that's okay? That's it. No, even if you just go up with your phone or anything you've got at all, anything, is just to try and get them looking a wee bit decent this time, you know? Brilliant. Awesome, awesome. Is it just one type of menu you've got, or is there a few? I'm just curious. Right, that's awesome. Okay, brilliant. Okay, cheers now. Bye. All right. Okay. Now, see, when it comes to a page like that, I don't entirely know how I would play that, and I've kind of got a feeling that I'm not aware of any CSS that does rows and stacks the rows in such a way that everything gets pushed up. I'm just not aware of that, you know. There might be something, I don't know. I suppose there could be. But when you think about this is saying here, it's saying here's the first one, here's the second, here's the third, here's the fourth. So then we go to a new row. There might be something. CSS, grid, height. There might be something. Ah, auto height. Well, that looks like it there. Auto height. Ah, that would be good. Nah, I don't think it's possible. Don't think it's possible. So it would be CSS grid. I'm going to just do a search for auto height. I don't think it is possible. The thing that I'm trying to do.
Soft shadow aesthetic that I kind of like. Functional unit.
Everybody must be trying to solve this. Because it's such an obvious thing, isn't it? It's so obvious. Anyway, I can think of ways of doing it that involve doing a wee bit of arithmetic and stuff, but I really don't want to do that, you know. Yep. I think I'm going to probably have to do a wee bit of arithmetic, and I think I will. I think I might as well. So, let's figure out how we can do this then, and I think that a wee bit of maths is what's called for. So, first thing I'm going to do is in PHP, let's echo count rows. There's 98 rows. Alright. So there's 98 rows here, right? Now, there's obviously 4 columns. So, the items per column is count rows divided by 4. I'm going to echo items per column. $24.5. Now there's a thing I think, how do you round it to the nearest integer? set type, items per column, integer. Okay, that's near enough. So, okay. So here, I'm going to say menu column. Aye. Right, now let me just check something. Aye, that might work. Okay, so let's just say item count is 0. I'm all over the place. Column count is 0. Okay. All right. So if so if the current column does not equal the column count, this is going to be too damn complicated, man, I can tell. Nah, that's just going to be too complicated. I can 100% see the writing on the wall with that, and it's just, you know, when you get to the stage when you're building stuff and there's all arithmetic and everything everywhere, you know that it's time to blow the whistle, you know. You can just make life far too complicated sometimes. So the guy's going to email me his menus, so maybe that'll help. Let's have a look. Okay, that's cool. Alright. Ah, interesting, right? Okay, so he's got a 3-column layout. Okay, that's cool. So he's just sent me an email with these actual menus, and I'm gonna show you them. Okay. So let's take a look at the actual menus for this thing. We've got one that looks like this. So black background, 3 columns. Okay, now that is going to be difficult. But funnily enough, it just might be doable. Let's see here. Now that's really difficult. I don't know how you could do that. Borders are all over the place. Okay. Let's see what else we've got. Let's try this one. Okay, now that is pretty much the same. Oh, a nice big logo. That's what I need. Okay. Okay, let's think about this. I don't think there's any way. Jeez, I'm just thinking how to do that. This is so tricky. Let's go back to the other one. I love a challenge, you know. Right, let's look at the logic here. This one takes up 2 columns. This one takes up 1 column. This one takes up 3 columns. This one takes up 2. This one takes up 2. This one takes up 2. Oh shit. Oh, that's so difficult. But I know how to do it. I know how to do it. I know how to do it. Okay. You could have it so that you basically build the template, hard code it in, and then just fill in the gaps as you go, if you know what I mean. the challenge with that though. So 1, 2, 3, we've got 2 here. Oh jeez, it's so difficult, man. How the hell do we do that? I wonder if anybody's got any thoughts. No, it's just me. Okay. So this is really difficult, right? It just so happens it's the most obscure looking menu I've ever seen. So let's just keep on looking here. Okay. So now that's pizza, pasta, side orders, desserts. Right, okay, so there's a certain order to how this stuff gets presented. So things like starters go to the top, which is kind of logical, and things like desserts go to the end. Well, that's kind of logical as well. Okay, so I think here. So that's one. Damn. Don't know how to do this. Think here. I'm wondering if there's a case for getting some kind of menu builder in, whereby, let's imagine you've got the screen, and on the left hand side you've got an assortment of menu categories, and then let's imagine you drop your categories onto the screen. You drop them, and then you so you've got a so there's a 1 column variation and there's a 2 column one. So you could say I'm grabbing this. So you could say flip. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. I'd like to see how Domino's Pizza does this. Oh. No, don't give me this shit. Right, let's browse the menu. Now. Pretty logical, that one, innit? Right, even though that's nothing like it, it's given me an idea. So Nibbles, starters, pizza, pasta. Nibbles, starters, pizza, pasta. Nibbles, starters, pizza, pasta. Let's check it out. Nah, it's not gonna work. Damn. Okay. So I think I'll take a wee back up. I don't think I cannot think of a way of doing this. I can't think of a way of doing this that works in an automated fashion. I think that you could potentially do some kind of... What's this bullshit? You could potentially do some kind of drag and drop thing, but it would take me a week to build it right, and I cannot even visualize it properly. So here's what we're gonna do then. Right. Let's have a look at this thing here. Now the first question on my mind is, am I able to get the background image for that? I don't know if I can, but it would certainly be a good thing if I could. Right, there must be a way. How to remove images from PDF. Has to be a way. Okay, how to copy images from a PDF. Okay. So, right, is it? Right click the document and choose the select tool. And we don't have one. How to copy images from PDF. Export each PDF to a JPEG. Export each, okay, so they're trying to charge. Do they think that I can't figure out how to do that on my own? Fucking assholes. This is going to be another one that charges, I can tell. Alright, let's try a new strategy. Well, don't you love it when a plan comes together? I do too. Good old Photopia to the rescue. Now, well, there we go. So, I'm going to export this as a GIF. Alright. So I'm going to go to public images and I'll say, I'll call it Amore Dark BG. Alright. Now that is 323 kilobytes. It's actually still quite big. But it doesn't matter. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, we've got this thing here that says menu basic. I'm going to change that. File, replace, menu basic, and we'll call it menu dark. Alright, menu dark it shall be. Okay, now for the background image, I'm going to say Amore Dark BG. Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Alright, that's good. That's progress. Now we're going to sort this colour out. So let's just say that for menu dark, the colour is white. That's too much. When you go pure white, it fuzzies and it's no ideal. You don't want to go pure white, you know? Okay. Okay, that's good. That's excellent, actually. That's really, really good. Okay, so we've got our background in. Now, let's okay, I'm going to rename this to Menu Basic Old 2 because I'm about to do some work on it. Now I'm going to say new file, menu basic. It's funny how just adding in that background seems to have helped, you know. Alright. So oh shit. Fuck. That's alright. It's just a message from Binance. No biggie. Alright. So we'll go like that. Little paragraph, wee bit of lorem. Okay, that's cool. So the menu grid is going to have a minimum height. Okay. Okay, let's try something different here. Okay, so I'm going to go like that. For each rows as row, let's say JSON row, and we've got a category title. Okay, so let's just say if row category title is equivalent to I'm gonna say category count is 0, or maybe item count is 0. Item count goes up by 1, and okay. If the item count is 1, then I'm going to have an H2 with a category title. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. And okay, so it's like that. It's a 3-column layout. So the next one is the starters. It's the starters. Okay. Let's go like this. Okay. Now, here we are here. In fact, I'll just jump in here. Okay. So, how many starters do we have? That's my question. So, to answer that, I'm going to say total starters equals modules run menu items calc total items, and I'm going to pass in these rows here, and I'm going to say total starters is, let's just say total starters, and also let's, as well as passing in the rows, I'm going to pass in the name of the category, which in this case is starters, you know. So let's go to menu items, I'm going to go like that. This takes in a category title. Now I'm just going to say that total is 8 or 99 and return total. And you can see it says total starters is that, right? Now that's not entirely what we want to do. Let's just JSON rows. Okay. Alright. So we're going to say total is 0 for each rows as row. We're going to say if row category title is equivalent to category title, then the total goes up by 1 and we return the total. Alright, so we've just done that. Now that we have the total starters figured out, we can then say num items per column is going to be the total starters divided by 2. Then we're going to set type num items per column is going to be an integer. So if we now echo num items per column, we get that. So there's going to be 9 items per column. Therefore, what we're going to do now is we're going to do a for loop, and we're going to say num items per column, and I'm just going to say echo I is I, like that. Okay, now I can maybe maybe we'll make that a 1 and maybe make that a less than or equal to. So there you go. And what I'm going to do then is yeah, so basically I think what we do next is you would have to do that and then say starters, so you get that vibe. Okay, the font and all of that's going to have to change, but let's not worry about it right now. The key vibe is right, that starter's headline is going to have to go right along the top, which I'll figure out later on. But right now, alright. Okay. So we're going to say item count is 0. And I'm going to say if the category is starters and the item count is less than the num items per column, or maybe less than or equal to the num items per column. So then we do that. Fucking hell, man. All right. So if row category title is equivalent to that, then okay. Now that's a whole load of starters there, but let's try something. We're going to add in a little and item count is less than or equal to num items per column. Okay. So what's that just done? Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that's 10. Let's change that to less than. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now there's 19, so I probably do want it to say less than or equal to. I probably do. Okay, now that's kind of cool. And then okay, so let's just assume that we're happy with that. And it's all over the place, this, but we're not going to worry too much. Let's then assume that we go like this. we're going to go back into PHP here. Okay, now it's going to be less than or equal to total starters. Well, isn't that interesting? Now, check this out. I'm going to say row key is assigned to row. Looks as if nothing has happened. But after I've put each one of those things down, I'm going to unset rows of row key. Okay, now there you go. Now, prawn cocktail is a starter. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Fucking hell. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so there's a prawn cocktail. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's right. 9 and 10. We've got 19 starters. That is perfectly right. So, that's right. That is right. Okay, we're a wee bit all over the place here, but I feel as if I can get this looking decent. Now, okay. Right, let's see if we can get the font sorted out. The typewriter font was cool, but I think it's had its day. Now that looks... I don't even know what that is. Let's go here. Come on. Come on. Fucking hell. Sometimes in life, things can be a little bit slow. Right, I'm really hoping that this is going to give me an idea of what the fonts are. Here we go. Well, we've got one or two of the fonts in. I tell you, where would we be without Photopia? Okay, so that wee nibbles thing looks kind of okay. Is that the font? Is that the font? No, it's not. Damn it. Right. Fuck. I've got a choice, which is I can either phone him and get the menu guy to tell me what the fonts are, or else just try and find one that's similar. I'll try to find one that's similar. So let's just try this. Type something. Here we go. Font properties. We want an italic one. Now hold on a minute. Right, these fonts have got what's called serif on it. So if we take that out, is that the font? Looks like it. Could that be our font? Well, it's probably close enough for me. That looks like it. That totally looks like it. Right, come on, don't mess with me, don't mess with me. All right. Okay, so I'm going to import that thing. And then for the H2, come on. Ah, now that's looking good. Okay, that's pretty good actually. Now let's get the colour of this right. Starting to get there. That is starting to get there. Very nice. Oh yeah, that's definitely starting to get there. Now I need to sort out the layout there. But on this top left area, here, they've got the logo. And then this crazy old font here, which we definitely don't have. Now, I wonder if I can get just this. I mean, if this is the last thing I do for this site today, then so be it. But it would be a good end if I could find a font that looked like that really fancy one. That looked like this. So let's have a look at how they're doing that. I mean, the chances of me getting that are just so damn slim. However, we can reset this. And we can reset this. And we can change the font properties to, let's go with handwriting and display. And like I say, I don't think that I'll ever get anything I don't think I'll get anything that's exactly like that. Absolutely no chance. But I might be able to get something that's kind of close, you know? Right, let's look at the A. So the vibe is narrow and high and sharp, you know. There we go. Okay. Alright, it's nowhere near it, but it's probably the best I can do right now. One moment. Right, I'll go with this. It's totally nothing like it, but it's the best I can do. Alright. So let's just chuck that in. And okay. So we have our 4 columns here. And right here let's just chuck in this menu name. Okay, so we're going to go downstairs, and for the class, this is probably the last thing I'm going to do today. For the menu name, it's the last thing I'm going to do for this site, at least. So for the menu name, I'm going to say that. I'm going to have this color here, and I'll make it a massive font size. Ha! Totally garbage. Right, well. Okay, so text transform none. Now, why is that doing that? Oh, it seems to be. Well. Okay. Fair enough. Damn. Okay, so okay. Well, it would appear that we don't even have an uppercase version of that. Alright, so what I could probably do there is just say menu name is string to lower menu name. Then we're going to echo UC words on menu name. Alright. Pardon me. Now, of course, the menu name is going to be string replace that with that. Okay, now it's no right. I mean, it's not 100%, but the guy's cool. The guy's cool. He'll be all right with this. So now I'm gonna say menu name, transform, rotate, minus, I'll do a crazy number. You can see that that does indeed rotate it, so let's get something sensible in. Alright, so let's just do it a wee bit. There you go. Yep, that's going to be good. Okay, I think I've got the rough idea of how this is going to go then. And I think that's a good place on which to end this. It's really difficult, isn't it? But I think I've got a rough idea. I'm going to have to do a CSS file for this particular type of layout. I think that the actual menu here, there's no way I can get a computer to figure out all of that. There's just no way. So what I'm going to do is kind of hardcore code in this rough template thing here. And that is just going to be the menu that you get when you go to that particular menu. As for the other menus, well, quite frankly, they won't even look as good. But for the other ones, I'm just going to kind of simplify and just try my best to wing it and see if I can figure out something for those, you know. But even if I can get this one menu looking decent, then I think that'll be a good start, you know. I do think it'll be a good start. And for the moment, I'm going to just do a little style equals display none. You know what's bizarre? I've never really figured out how to do design quickly. I've tried my best, man, but design is a bastard, you know. And because they're looking for a high SEO ranking, I can't really hand it over to a designer. I've got to do this. You know, I'm feeling kind of quite good about this. As bizarre as it may seem. Yeah, that could work. That could totally work. Now, why would that do that? All right. Aye. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, so I think I know what I'm going to do with this, and I'm just being quiet here because I'm pretty much just trying to visualize how this is going to go. Now, there's no way I'm going to finish this today, of course. In fact, I'm going to wrap this one up for now. But the way that this is going to go, I think, is I'm going to try and get the menu fairly close to what they've got. Now I don't think that it should be exactly the same, because you'd have a logo in two different places. You'd have the logo in the top center and the logo in the top right, which would look a bit crazy, you know. But I think it's acceptable to do something like what I've got here. And if I can straighten out this bit with these two sections here on the right, then I might be able to just crowbar in the other stuff down here, and it won't be perfect, not by a long shot, but I think it will be kind of acceptable, you know. I think it would be acceptable. And you see that double border there? You can get that with CSS. I'm sure that there's a way of getting a double border. So I can probably figure that out. But I mean, somebody here's a genius and it's not me, because I think this is a wee bit all over the place. The way that it switches to our recommendation. Let's have a look here. No, that actually does make sense. That does make sense. No, that's fine. It makes sense, but it's just really difficult, man. Let's have a think here. Right, let's have a wee look at this thing. Maybe I should take out this stupid descriptor thing. Let's get serious here. Yeah, let's take that out. Now that could be good. Yep, that could be good. So I wonder, and it's only because I'm curious, but I do wonder what this would look like with 4 columns. If you did 4 columns, then it would probably be easier to match these all up. On the other hand, here's me thinking like an idiot. Pardon me. Nah, I'll just keep it as it is, you know. And purely for the purposes of experimentation. Let's just see what this thing is going to look like when that right side comes down a bit. And funny thing is, you know, you could actually use JavaScript to match that up, but I don't think I need to. You don't think I could phone him and tell him to add something else to the starters, do you? How did they do it here? Ah, well, they've got descriptions in there. Alright, so let's just quickly have a look at that. The descriptions could be game changers, you know. So we've got item description. Here we go then. So if we look at this, right, so that's bold and big. But then underneath it, row, item description. I got you. And that's not good. So probably yeah, maybe that bit with the item title would be an H3. Oh, that looks awful. That looks friggin' awful. Maybe we'll just go like that. Alright, wee bit of styling up to sort this out. So if it's item row, direct descendant div of nth child 1, let's make the background colour red. Oh, you miserable thing, you. There's what we're talking about. So we're going to say that the font weight is bold. There you go. And for nth child 2, the font size is 0.9 em. Okay. Let's go with 0.8 em. Maybe 0.86 em. Alright, I'm going to say margin top 7 pixels. Okay. Okay, let's do another wee thing here. We'll go to this second div. The background colour is going to be yellow just for the moment. Now, I have to say that the padding left is 24 pixels. That's a wee bit better. Gives the price a bit of breathing space, you know. Alright. We'll bring this margin downstairs down a wee bit. Keeping an eye on the right hand side here. Alright, well I'm gonna have to tidy that bit up. Well, I tell you what, man, I have a bit of work to do figuring this thing out. But I think I will. I think I'll have it done tomorrow. It's going to take me about 4 or 5 hours, but I'll get it. And when I get it, I will be ready to show up and say, here you go, and hopefully that'll be it. Tell you, man, it's not easy. You have to watch, you know, because sometimes you can sometimes get clients that are just incredibly pedantic, you know, and they want it to be pixel perfect. Now, this is not one of those clients. The dude is cool, you know, but nevertheless, you you want to make life as easy as possible with this stuff, you know. And if I can get it close to the way that the guy's real menus are, then it will be amazing, you know. And I think I'm getting fairly close. But this is a key page, there's no doubt about it. And if I can get this, then the rest will be easy. Alright. Well, hello there, Gavin. CSS Grid should be able to handle that. 3 columns by X rows. And combine some columns vertically. Yeah. Hello to you, Gear. Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. I've had one of these days where I'm just wrestling away with stuff here, man. I am wrestling. But guess what I'm going to do next? My next move will be shocking. Folks, I'm completely overweight. Been working on this damn framework for 3 years. And I'm so out of shape just now. And so I made a promise that I'm going to go walking every day. So I'm going to go a walk, and it'll be a big walk, you know, an hour or two. And then I'm going to come back and work on our video player. I'm speaking, of course, about the video player for the Speed Coding Academy site. We desperately need to get a new video player for that and deal with a few other bits and pieces. At the moment, I'm just hiding the screen because I'm having a quick look at the Trongate Contact Us form, and there's nothing in. There you go. But that was kind of disappointing. I thought that we would have been quicker than that. But unfortunately not. Not quite. What can you do though, right? What can you do? I'll lay this out tomorrow, and I think I'm fairly confident that I'll get this basic page laid out tomorrow for this particular menu. The other good news is I figured out that Photopea can in fact let you extract pictures and stuff from PDFs, which is amazing. That's really, really cool. So, not the worst day in the world, but geez, man, I certainly hit the brakes with this stuff, you know. The really cool thing though is that we do have this mobile friendly layout here, which is all ready to rock and roll, and that's kind of the main thing. I really want this to look good, because hardly anybody's going to view this. Most people that view a site like that are going to be on a mobile phone. I know that for a fact. So that's that. It took ages. I wish I had a friend or somebody who was really great at CSS that I could pass this on to. I do know people who are good at CSS, but I don't know anybody that's good at SEO and CSS, you know? Because the trick is to keep the source code good. And that's not easy. Anyway, I hope you have enjoyed this one. I think that's probably me for the day. I may come on later on, I don't know, but I think I've got to build this video player for Speed Coding Academy. That's pretty much a priority right now. Still got a few wee bits and pieces to do for the Trongate site, and I'll do those as we go. I wonder if we've got any more GitHub stars. This is all I care about. GitHub stars. I don't care about YouTube thumbs ups. I mean, they're nice. Yay, we got one new star. See, that's what we're talking about. Anyway, thank you so much for being here, folks. It's been a pleasure and a privilege. I am going to finish this tomorrow. At least this page here, and it's going to look fantastic. Take it easy, and I will see you soon. Thank you so much. Cheerio.